Well, okay, here we are. It is, yeah, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you're watching this. Um, I'm hearing myself background, which means I've got my stream open, which is dumb. Don't do that. There we go. All right, that'll stop screwing me up. Yes, for me, it is July 3rd, 2021. That is a Saturday. It is 4:34 in the PM here in Seattle. Which I guess is 16 and 7's 23, so almost midnight in UTC. Sorry, European viewer or viewers. Anyway, decided to do a little bit of impromptu. Couldn't do it at noon because I had earlier commitments today. And I was sitting here about to sit down and work on some stuff. And I'm like, why don't you just turn on the camera and stream? And so there we are. Another day without green screen. I actually think I'm just going to go green screenless. It's just kind of a pain a little bit. My apologies if you can hear the fan in the back. I don't think it can. I think the NVIDIA stuff is doing its job, but we'll see. Also, you'll notice I'm running Windows 11. So yeah, Windows 11, fun. Unfortunately, what it means is you get to see the stuff that's running, even when it's not running on this monitor. Yeah, well, I mean, whatever. They'll fix that eventually. Yeah, so that is music. So I'm listening to music. If you're curious what I'm listening to today, there we are. I'm just finishing up just starting really the new Lost in Grey album, Under the Surface. And when that's done, I don't know what I'm going to listen to, so we'll figure that out later. All right. Way too loud for me to talk to myself over, even though that makes no sense. All right, so what am I going to do today? I was thinking I might, well, actually, what I should do is I should give you a quick review of we are, because I did some stuff and then said, hey, I would come back to finish that. That's what I did. So on the 19th, that was stream day. I think I probably left off right around here because that was I think I got into around 3 hours and said, hey, I need a break. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, so we've got 2126 was the issue I was working on last time, which is basically getting the command line and the JSON configuration file basically in sync. And so, what did I do around that? Had fail skips, went into the JSON config because that was an option that we had put into the console runner and had not put anywhere else. Or maybe the MS build runner and the console runner. So this was making MS build runner support the config file values for diagnostic message, internal diagnostic message, fail skips, and pre-enumerate theories. I honestly don't know why they weren't being obeyed, other than I guess it just got overlooked. We added the new max parallel threads multiplier format, which was kind of the last bug. That's 2097, right? So this allows us to write like 2x, and then the number of threads that you get for parallel threads would be 2 times the number of CPU threads that you have, which in .NET parlance is environment.processor count, which is clearly not actually what it is, but in case you wonder what that is. So this value got into the config file, and the config file reader for JSON supported that, but we need to go through and add that everywhere else. So here's the MS build runner. Added support for default and unlimited in JSON because our console runner and MS build runner were already supporting default and unlimited. So again, to bring those things in parallel, JSON can now do default or unlimited, even though the old documentation sort of said 0 -1. I think the documentation for that now has been updated, so max parallel threads, or apparently not, 0 and -1. So it doesn't actually say that you can use default yeah, okay. So actually we can go ahead and fix that. That's not a terrible idea. Let's come in here. Let's do a quick poll. And we'll do a code on the website. And code's in here. Fix this. So this is docs, config file, configure files. Yeah. Okay. So let's go find max parallel threads, right? Let's say use a value of 0 or false. Get your like default behavior. Use a value of -1 for unlimited. Indicate that you do not wish to limit the number of. So this stock is like completely out of whack. Use a value with the multipliers of x, i.e. 0.5x or 2x. And you wish to have a multiple of the number of speedruns. So 2x indicates you want the number of maximum parallel threads. Okay, here we go. Learn how to spell. Number of maximum parallel threads to be 2 times the number of CPU threads. Version. Let's see. Yeah, strong note. Well, this configuration value present since 2.1. The UART values false, limited. Oops, that's not what I meant. Unlimited multiplier syntax are only supported with when there's v3 and later, 3.0 and later. Okay, that looks good. All right, we'll take a quick peek at what that looks like rendered. Where's my oh, it's HTML. I don't get render. Yeah, okay. For some reason, I was thinking Markdown. So I could do. Actually, when was the last time I did a bundle install? I don't even remember. In case you didn't notice, I actually do this on the Linux side. Let's see here to get the run on the Linux side. I would say I've done bundle install never, or possibly I have new versions of everything. That doesn't seem right. So I would say I've done bundle install never. That seems reasonable. All right. This installing with native extension. This is really it actually has to build a C compiler, so it has to compile stuff. All right, so we're good. I guess since we're here, we might have bundle upgrade. Update. Can never remember which that is, so we can always pull new packages as well. As long as we're here touching things, I usually don't get around to doing bundle update until Dependabot is yelling at me that I have things that are security issues. So might as well head that one off at the pass. It's a good album. Sorry that you can't listen to it. Yeah. Classic, classic Muller Techno 2 that my guys wanted. Lost ever listened to before. This album was kind of interesting. So, wow, it's like their story, telling the story of just staring. And Lost in Grey, they're kind of like, if you feel like bands like Nightwish, they fall into that category of, symphonic metal. So, Mom Bundle update. We're bored. So, how's it going? 4th of July for us here in the United States tomorrow, which is ostensibly celebration of independence. For most people, it is barbecues and fireworks. For me, it will be probably neither one of those things, although I suppose I could barbecue myself, but I'm not going anywhere. My work, we got a new office just opened up, 20th and 21st floor in Bellevue, which would be a great place to watch fireworks from, but I have no idea if Bellevue's even doing fireworks this year. And also, theoretically, because of limited capacity, our offices are, by reservation only and not on the weekends. So I probably shouldn't be going in anyway. Wow. It's taking a little bit of time, huh? Yeah, I couldn't get a gem. So DNS? Oh, it's DNS. It's a good joke. I like DNS. All right, let's see what's going on over here. See if anybody. Have you tried collections? They'll never show me that again. Edge. What are you talking about? Yes. Okay. I'll go ahead and make sure that that is still going. That looks so good. Okay, very good. Fun. Wow. This is like. I'm sorry you all had to sit through this. I did not think it was going to take minutes to do this. This unknown host error is. This is just a DNS timeout? I feel like this is a DNS timeout, right? Or whatever. Blah, 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 blah. However, I'm getting this. No such name. Use V, but TechNoob and don't know what's going on here. It's kind of old. Ubuntu 12.04. Gem update system. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Probably got the error because internet at home is quite intermittent. Yeah, that's not really the case for me, so. I mean, maybe. Right? Maybe. Ooh, now everybody knows my IP address. If this is bad, then it's bad. Yeah, that's fine. Now, what's going on there? I mean, every once in a while, you need to reboot your router. Oh, this could be a Wizzle thing. Like, are you not catching a DNS for rubygems.org? I mean, really. Somebody dominating everything? Other than GPU for the code, not really. that works fine. This is painful. All right, I'm done. I'm done trying. Yeah, so bundle exec Jekyll. Serve W. Yelled me about Windows. Why not, right? Available host 4000. Okay, there we go. Configuration files, that's what we're going to change. Parallel threads. That's what I want to look at. Set this to. I kind of feel like I want to put. Like I want to put little asterisks or maybe some. Note one here. Or default, kind of like super one. Super one. The value with a multiplier syntax to indicate the multiplier syntax super one. All right, well, now I want to reformat everything because it's close. And then we'll do super one. So that looks like. It doesn't look like a super at all, does it? What's going on here? Do I not understand how super is supposed to work? HTML super spread. Sup? Yes, that's the case. I don't know how this works. I guess it's sub and sup. I just did not remember that. Hey, there you go. Default multiply syntax. Okay, good. I'm good with that. Let's go ahead and push that up. Okay. Let's see. I want to say add notes about unlimited default multiplier max parallel. Actually, I didn't quite check. Well, yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's go push that up. All right, that's done. It shouldn't take too long to show up here, maybe 30 seconds. There we go. Got any values. Back to our review. So I've got MaxRed default and unlimited in JSON. I cleaned up the message for max parallel threads. So now when we have a bad value, it looks like your values can be default, unlimited, a positive number, or multiplier in 0x. The other thing I did is in the MS build runner, you can also now specify 0 and -1, right? Because those are valid values in JSON. So why not allow them here as well? Console runner, I could not do -1 because of the way the console runner parses things. So I made zeros legit. So now 0 and default should show up as default value. I put a couple of weird cases here, like you didn't put digits in there, you forgot to start with the digit, and then 2x and 2.0x. But yeah, so like when we parse the command line arguments, we look for command line arguments that start with a dash. And so of course, -1 looks like arguments called 1, which doesn't work. So -1 is theoretically supported here, but the message doesn't even tell you that it's supported. I just want to get as much similarity as I can. I put the if available back on app domains for console runner. MS Runner had this ignore failures, which we can do here as well. And basically all that does is at the end, if you had failures, we normally return an error code of 1 to indicate failure. But in this case, if you say ignore failures, if you have failures, we do an error code of 0. That way, if you're looking at error codes, you can just keep right on running. Let's see. And then the next thing I did was I made a comment on this in 2126. Let's actually go take a look at 2126 real quick. As we were doing the stream last time, I noticed that pre-enumerated theories was basically set to true by default, and it's in a couple of places. Let me pop up in Visual Studio because I don't think I have it open yet. Looks like I definitely don't have it open yet. It shows up in a couple of places, and so what I did was in the one that runners use, which is test theory. I think it's populated from your configuration file, your JSON file. I took away pre-enumerated theories by default. And I had a conversation with Claire about this, a very brief conversation, where I sort of thought that runners shouldn't be allowed to ask for what the default is. They should have to decide because each runner makes a different decision. I had some convoluted logic in the console runners related to this. They were sort of bending over backwards to make the default false for them, even though this was true here. And so I just took the default away here. That said, there's also the ITF framework discovery options, which is the stuff that gets passed into the runner, to the test framework for discover. And here we actually still need to have a default, but I decided that that I was going to default this to false instead of true for performance reasons. So there you go. And then that's it. The rest of this is just, not code. Okay, so there we are. Where are we going today? I thought today we would do default culture as a runner option. And I think what this means is, even though it's not necessarily listed here, but taking into account what we literally just did, which is this feels like a per assembly option, which means you should be able to set this on the command line for the console runners, right? In a property for the MS build runner and in the JSON configuration file. So this should be available everywhere. I know very little about the way that you would normally pass a culture, other than to know that you would pass things like, right, you pass things like ENUS, ENGB, or FR, right? So this is kind of like the language and the region for that language. I think this is probably all we really need to be able to pass, because I think everything in cultures, everything in cultures, culture info, get culture info, think, so you could do a new culture info, and I think there's also a culture info, get culture info. Like this is really sort of what I want to be able to do. And if you don't specify it, then we'll do what we do today, which is you get the culture of your computer, I think is what it does by default. The culture of Windows, essentially. And very neutral on specific cultures. Custom cultures, culture info and cultural data. All versions of .NET Core on Windows cultural data is provided by the operating system, and Unix platform cultural data provided by ICU libraries, specific version by OK. A culture available on a particular .NET implementation platform or version may not be available on different .NET implementations platforms or versions. Some culture info objects differ depending on the ZHCN, Chinese simplified, Chinese in China. ZHTW, traditional Chinese and Taiwan. Available cultures on Windows, but they are alias cultures on Unix. ZHCN is an alias for ZHHANCN, and ZHTW is ZHHANT. Oh, I guess Han simplified and Han traditional. Alias cultures are not returned by calls to the getCultures method and may have different property values, including different parent cultures than their Windows counterparts. So, for example, on Windows systems, parent culture of ZHCN is ZHHAN S, parent culture of ZHTW is ZHHAN T. Parent culture of both of these is ZH. On Unix, parent cultures of both of these are ZH. That means if you don't provide culture-specific resources for ZHCN, but do provide to ZHHAN S or Han T, your application will load the resources for the neutral culture on Windows, but not on Unix. Excuse me. All right. Let's see. On Windows systems, culture equals. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Okay. Let's see. Dynamic culture data. So, the constructor that we can use. So it looks like we can do a string and string and a Boolean. So this is where they use the user selected culture settings from the system. Okay, why don't you go anywhere? You're like a link. Okay, you're an anchor that doesn't exist. That's so use user override. Initialize a new instance of culture info based on the name and on the booleans. Name is not case sensitive. Use override. So we could get thrown culture not found. Language tag list of languages supported by Windows. Name string is empty. The constructor says this is the invariant culture. This is the equivalent of retrieving the value of the invariant culture property. That's kind of interesting. You could say, I want empty to get invariant. But empty isn't really a valuable thing for us to expect people to pass. So I kind of want to have invariant as a special name. Culture data shouldn't be considered stable except for invariant. Okay, if the use user override is true and a culture identifier associated with specified culture name matches the culture identifier of the Windows culture, the constructor creates a culture info that uses as overrides. Datetime format info, datetime formats. So this is basically, do we care about what the user on the local machine has done? And my guess is we probably never want that to be true. But I am wondering if, like, is this two values? Should we do something special? What are the formats of these culture strings exactly? Culture names follow the standard defined by BCP 47. After completing tags for identifying languages, this is probably what I want. This one. I want to know what the format of the tags is. There we go. So we have lang tag, and then we have a slash private use slash grandfathered. So we got 3 different variants here. So lang tag is language, script, region, variant, extension, private use. What is private use? X and then a dash and then 1 through 8 L node. Hmm. All right, well, I think I'm just going to ignore that for the moment, and then just like if somebody wants to come by later and say, I really want user stuff by default, what does just plain old string do? There's not called probably is the equivalent of passing false. It's going to be my guess. And what is all this int stuff? LCID property, CID property of existing or Windows only culture identifier. So this is like code pages, essentially, right? So like that. It's interesting that you can pass that as a string too. Okay. Maybe the docs are weirdly wrong. I don't know. Okay. Well, so that's interesting. This is .NET 5. You know what I really want is I want .NET Standard 2.0. That's really what I want. Three five name not valid. Could throw arguments. Culture not found. Sure. We're definitely on 4 later. All right. I'm good with that. Let's go. I guess actually go back here. Should pop this back up. We're going to change our schema again. Culture. Description. Overrides. Let's see. Sets the culture used when running tests. It should be a BCP47 compatible. Culture name. So I should let that open, huh? BCP47 compatible culture name, or should be one of invariants for the system invariant culture, or default for the current system culture. Okay, so default will be defaults. And our type, I missed the comma here. And our type is a string. And I think we can do this with a pattern. So we did pattern like this. So we can do default or invariant. And we saw that the culture format here kind of looks like probably don't have a regex here. That would be really too useful, wouldn't it? Maybe I shouldn't have a pattern. Maybe I should just say, whatever you give me, I'm just going to pass it along and let somebody else figure it out. So that's a good idea. And right intersect. No pattern. Okay. So we have culture now in the schema. Okay, we'll leave that open. Notepad. Let's come up here. Let's collapse everybody. Let's up the big reader tests. Okay, let's see. So empty should be certain null for configuration that culture or defaults. Should it be null or should it be the system? Actually, it should be null. Because I think what I want here is I want to follow the patterns that they're using, wherein we have null, which is don't do anything. We have empty string for invariant, and everything else just shows up as is. All right, so configuration is, of course, test assembly configuration. We need culture and culture or defaults. Public string culture get set. Public string. Actually, I don't know why I need or default. Gets or sets the desired culture to the test somewhere. Use null default to indicate that we should use the default OS culture. Use an empty string. Indicate that we should use the variant culture or use any culture value that is valid for following culture info that culture info string. Seems my name can be simplified. I did not know that you could just specify a constructor like that without putting the type name in front of it. Yep. Learn something new every day. Okay. So that's just culture. Well, this is kind of an interesting one, isn't it? I'm kind of wondering where validation goes and whether or not this should actually be a culture info object instead of a string. The reality with like I don't think I can actually do a culture info object here. I think I have to pass a string because thinking about this is coming in the runner side, and when we launch v3 test projects in a separate process, then we will need them. We'll need to be able to pass the requested culture to them. In which case, yeah. All right. So string is correct. All right. So there's that configuration. Let's do override values. So override values, JSON, do culture is going to be EN, let's see, ENGB. I don't know. Sure. And then config reader tests. This will be Yeah. Well, we're not going to set it in config files because we're not making changes to config files. So we're going to have to do a conditional test here, which we already do one of down here. Cert dot ENGB figure dot culture. Got the docs here. We need to put this in the docs too, of course. So we got ourselves in this. Or we started. So we'll do culture. There's a 3.0 plus. Yeah, it's supposed to be a TH, wasn't it? Fine. TV classes wrap one. Set this value to indicates to run all unit tests. Set this value to override the default culture used to run all unit tests in the assembly. You can pass default to use the default behavior, which is use the default culture of the operating system. You can pass variant, use the variant culture, or you can pass any string which describes a valid culture of the target operating system. C. Let's see, we threw that over here. So C. BCP 47 for a list or a description on how culture names are formatted. Note that support the list. Important cultures will vary by target operates. Okay. Then we need JSON schema type, strong Boolean. No, not Boolean. I'm just looking down below and saying the same thing. Strong string. BR. False value. False. Wow. I'm messing up the D in before I did the completion. That's kind of weird. Let's go back and on Jekyll. Let's go back files. Let's get that. So we got this is going to be culture code. Oops. Culture. Okay. Yeah, culture. All right, so that's why I override default culture to used to run all the tests in the So some of these things will not necessarily be supported on all platforms, right? Hmm. Let's put notes like this up here. That culture values are only supported with v3.0 or later. All right. That's good. Culture to docs. Configuration files. Okay, that's good. Back over to Visual Studio. All right, so here we want ENGB. Yep, we did ENGB. And then here's the values. So this is kind of interesting. Like, not everything has an invalid value, right? And we don't know that this thing is going to be an invalid value here. It's not really something that needs to get tested here. Let's do this. Public void static void. Support invariant culture. Grab that. And our file name will be reader culture invariant. Yeah. We want assert to be empty now on results dots. Wait a minute. All right. It manipulates configuration. Yeah. Remember how this stuff works. Sometimes you just don't remember. Configuration dot culture. Culture may be null here. It's okay. Let's do equal. String empty. It's kind of weird though. Like assert.empty doesn't work with a potentially nullable string. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because it wants an IEnumerable, a non-null IEnumerable collection. Yeah, that's fine. All right, I think those are all the tests. Or no, it's not in core. We're running the wrong thing. It's okay. Flaky flaky. Eggs and bakey. Run the utility tests. Okay. So we did not read the value yet. We need that. Config reader JSON. All right. So you are a string. Else if string equals property name configuration culture string comparison ordinal ignore case event that. Wow. Be one of those days, huh? One of those days. Like, is the keyboard off center? Is that what's going on here? For some reason I can't. It can't be my fault. All right. Oh, we need another test too. We'll do this as a theory. Support default culture. So the config reader culture default, which part of me says you should. But hasn't like it. So one of the reasons we were failing is we don't actually have these files yet. So that was kind of dumb that I didn't do that. Let's copy empty as config reader culture defaults. And then config reader culture invariants. Let's go edit the CS proj file because undoubtedly you will have messed this up, right? I don't want you here. You know, want the files. All right, culture defaults. So you're going to be culture defaults. You're going to be culture invariants. Okay. Now we should have 3 failing tests. All right, there we go. So we expected empty, we got null. We expected ENGB, we got null. We expected empty, we got null. Although default culture shouldn't be empty, that's just a bad test. That should be null. Okay. All right, back to config reader. Configuration dot culture is property value, right? Property value is a JSON property. Property value. Oh no, so this be string value. That's right. I knew that. String value is nullable. Okay. Made one pass. The other two still broken. We'll steal this, because that's essentially what we want. For defaults, few are variants. String empty. Culture is null. Makes me want to make one more change to that test. Because if I want to make sure that we actually set null on this, override me. Hey. Now all of our tests should pass. Okay. Music ended. Makes me sad. Let's find some new music. So the IOT's an album. Another great. I don't know how to explain it. I guess it's kind of technical death metal. All right, so that's config. Not you. You. We'll run build. Back over here. So we did not push stocks. Quick check on this. Set this value to where default culture used. That's an assembly. It's the default behavior, default operating system. You can pass invariant to use the invariant culture, or you can pass any string which describes the valid culture on the target operating system. See BCP47 description. Note that the listed supported cultures will vary by target operating system. Note that culture only supported V3 or later test products. Okay. That looks okay. We'll go ahead and push that up. You're running. This issue 1934. Okay, that's there now. BCP47. Might as well double check that link. Looks good. How did I describe that in here? As assembly configuration. Sets the desired culture. Use null defaults. Okay. Use an empty string to indicate we should use a variant, or any culture value that is valid for calling culture without string. All right, that's good. So there's our culture parse, default and variant, culture value, culture default, culture variant, culture ENGV, fail skips true. Because, this should have been 2 spaces. Null by default, ENGB here, and our other two overrides. So, remember what it was, 1936? 1934. Add culture to the property. Warm up GPG. There you go, buddy. So if we were going to do command line, we want to do culture as an option in command line. That's where we would do this. Console runner. This is the standalone console. Find our help. Filter. Run all tests under the given all right. For example, in US. Okay, so there's that. Call this option and not culture, because that's what we do here is option, option, option. Okay. Option value. Let's see. Well, we can use a switch like this. We say var. Yeah. Culture is option value switch. False. Null. Oops. Invariant. You are the option value. And then we do this for each. Oh yeah, we have to check for null as well, of course. So for a culture. I should have done this in the other one because I'm about to test this and it's kind of annoying. That's fine. All right, so if I want to take advantage of this, now I need to read the culture somewhere here. Where will I take advantage of this? Actually, I don't think I'm ready to do it here yet. Because I don't know how to pass it yet. I'm going to leave myself with a to-do, I think. Yeah, we'll figure it out, though. Run tests under the given culture. I don't think I'll use the word all. So I'll grab this and put this in the other command lines. Yes. Right. Then you definitely want to fail fast here. So I want to basically say if command line culture, command line, ooh, guess I can't technically do it here until I go run the assembly. Run products, execute assembly. There we go. And we kind of need let's try catch for any exceptions. Says anything that fails in here, it's written out to the console. And then we can just call it failed. So we can just do this in here, which is if assembly configuration culture is not equal to null. Culture info. Current culture is culture info. Current culture. Culture info. So I guess we could say current UI culture. Current UI culture. And then these settable? For some reason, I think they made these not settable. Default thread, current UI culture. Default thread, current culture. Which one of these should I be setting? Threads and the current implement. These are just for the current thread, right? Default thread, current culture. Default thread, current UI culture. Everything in here gets threaded. Default thread, current culture. Default culture for threads is current app domain. Okay. Current UI culture. Culture info is new culture info assembly.configuration culture. Culture info.defaults current culture is culture info. Culture info defaults current noise culture info. Still these and a file block. Now, how do I make sure that this is doing what it's supposed to be doing? I need to go mess up a test. Because my guess is this is going to be messed up if I change the culture, right? Okay. Start test into .NET 472. Yes. Culture throw. We don't throw. Find that very strange. We did set the culture because there's our fail. Why doesn't foo? It did this. Culture info. Culture. Cultured info. Sure, my name's fine. Now nothing should pass, right? Countries. What's culture foo come back as? Unknown language foo. Well, that's interesting. Apparently it's willing to do variant language and variant country. If I do nothing, choose. All right, so that seems to be doing the right thing. Sort of as expected, it's the only thing that fails because all of our tests, which are culture sensitive, set the culture. Right? I look for cultured facts. I have a lot of cultured fact. Probably all these things that say cultured fact in US, we could get away with. Let's test this idea. All right, so if I come in here and let's actually just go look for cultured facts. What does an empty cultured fact do by default? Probably uses. Okay, so cultured fact by default gets me English and French. So it runs twice. So that's why here, when we see this, we are formatting these values because we want to make sure that they're formatted with current culture. Okay, so then what I really want is to find instances of cultured facts where actually override it. They're probably all going to be E and US. Let's take one here. Say you should just be able to be fact. This is core. Okay, so now if I force test, get debug at force 72. Right, we should get failure here. We don't. What was the thing? I feel like somewhere in here, you should be able to find the reason that this changed. Ah, messages. Attempt to divide by 0. That's interesting. I don't have any chains that won't speak English. So yeah, they came through and gave me this whole list. What's interesting though is that my exceptions messages did not come through in French. Because I don't have French runtime. Let's see. It's gonna be fun, right? Is language chat. Okay. Is this really going to help? This probably isn't actually going to help, right? I think what I really need is like I'd need a French version of .NET. .NET Core French. .NET CLI language. Yeah, so we should go look in the SDK. It's not really exactly what I want. I want .NET Core runtime in French. Download .NET Core 3.1. Must include French, yes. All right, well, this is my project. I want to say the runtimes are here, right? Not core app. That's our. Oh, this is not .NET Core. This is right. This is .NET Framework. Well, let's go with .NET Core. DLLs, but like what we're looking for is Yeah, where were the languages? Because what's weird is I don't even see an English resource TL here. I don't see a resources folder. So I wonder if I install a French language pack for .NET Framework, does that actually get me French for .NET Framework? Let's see. Let's ask the question. French resources. There's a .NET Framework language pack. Okay, .NET Framework language pack. We're using 4.7.2. That's fine now. That's French. Let's see if this will actually install on Windows 11. We might be kind of out of luck, right? Ah! Why? .NET Framework 4.2 French is already on this computer. Really? Windows features. Oh, actually, I guess I have 4.8 on the computer. All right, I'm like seriously not thinking straight today. I really don't know what I'm doing. Language pack, blah blah blah. Sign in so we can serve you better. No, not a chance. So download and install the following .NET Framework package and corresponding operating system language pack. So I do need to install the language pack. Not a language. French. French France. Yes, please. Don't care. Don't care. Definitely not what I want. Basic zapping optional. Okay. Kind of curious how this works on Mono on Linux. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? One thing I should do is I should switch us over to let's see, let's switch to let's stash this, let's switch to dev, let's merge main, back to main, go back to origin main, let's have a dev, because this is really where all this gets pop our stash. How are we doing over here? All right, so we have French. Is that enough? That is not enough. KB article number. If I want French, go here. Download. Language pack files available for download from here. Yes, please. French. DP48, x86. Hello, strong. Yes, please. Okay, well, did you make that not copyable now? Because that's kind of rude. Where's my translator? By the way, I don't know why Bing is my default search engine. Yeah, I should fix that. The other installation of this package is already running. Wait for the other installation to complete before reinstalling. Really? Where's my downloads? Yes, because I never hit the finish button anymore. Now you got something else. Seriously, though. .NET Framework 4.8 French or a later update is already installed on this computer. Is that true? Doesn't feel true. Really doesn't. I mean, I guess I'll rebuild everybody. What I really have to do is let's set cultured fact ENUS to be just fact. So it looks like core tests, runner common tests, runner utility tests. All three of those have these things in them. So there's core tests again. There you go. Hey, look, there's stuff in French. All right. So review variant. All right. Now, hello, Exchange Runner JSON. What's going on, buddy? Culture. Invariants. Oh, yeah, I don't need to actually insert it anymore. You should be just picking it up, right? Yeah, good for you. All right. Okay. So I'm kind of curious to see if we have any more of those. Or passing an explicit string. We shouldn't. Okay. Do we have any cultured theories? Okay, we don't. Well, I mean, we have cultured theories, but they should all be empty, right? Exactly. Okay. Kind of feel like, so we've got MS build runner, console runners. And then we've got one other thing that I was thinking about was What was I thinking about? Cultured fact, cultured theory, support invariance. Or is empty string good enough? That was the thing I was thinking. Oh, so I wonder how many of my flaky tests are potentially related to culture. Like I've definitely got some flaky tests where it appears the failure of the test comes down to sort order of things, and sort order of things is very culture sensitive. So InProc console uses the culture while running. The problem is, like runner console does not. We need to leave ourselves a note. And execute assembly. Do so probably not right there. Might be one of the execution options. That would make sense because the execution options get accepted by the front controller, would get passed along to Xunit v3 and used there. So we need this to go into the execution options and discovery options, actually. All right, so this needs to go into discovery and execution options. Okay. So we don't really need anything here because this for discovery and execution, all that stuff, all those guys will basically read it. Okay. I'm all right with that. Let's keep moving on here. All right, so fact, 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 fact. Read the option. Read the option. The option. Interesting, like, kind of feel like, I don't know if console runner really the right place to put this now that I'm thinking about it. Right, because we knew up test framework, and this is going to go into the diagnostic options. This is going to do discovery options, execution options, hand it off to the test framework. Yeah, the reality is I don't think this belongs here. Should move into options and get pushed along. Yeah, I'm not ready to commit this in yet, am I? In fact, I'm definitely not. No. Whatever. What this basically means is can't make the other changes that I want to make yet. Right, I rebuild. I'm going to start. So I want a console runner. I want a console runner. I think that's it. All right, parse it, show it, parse it, show it. I think that's it. 1934. Pass. Culture options. Okay. Make sure I didn't break anything else. There's console runners. We'll go take a look at the MS Build Runner while this is running. I missed tests. Yeah, we'll let that run a moment. Command line tests. Proc, so project is switches. That's not what we have. We have options with arguments, so we'll just put culture here. Fact, public static void. All value is null. Sounds entirely reasonable. I'll wait over here. This is going to be runner and console tests. All right, so if the default value is null, then we should also say static void. Explicit default value is null. No config.json, okay. So if you say culture defaults, still null, public static void invariant, culture is empty string. empty. Value is preserved. Yeah, whatever. Foo. Put it in the culture. Let's go on. This all worked. Okay, good. Run our improv console tests. Let's run all those. Variant culture is empty string. Did I do that wrong? Oh, yes, I did. That would make sense. Okay. Otherwise, that's all we did, right? Command line tests for the other one. There's options with already missed. There's app domains. And there's culture. So then let's run our console tests. Attempt to get. Oh, yeah, that's not how those work. They all need assembly names on the front of them. I mean, they don't, but they do. Actually, they do in this case. Okay. That looks better. That's just the tests, right? So that should have been the last command. And now it is. Command line tests. Command line tests. Okay. So now we need must build. This could be culture, public string culture. Switch culture to lower invariant. Case null, break. Case defaults. It's weird, right? How are we supposed to use this? If something has a value, assembly configuration. I guess I shouldn't be doing this here. This parsing is really strange. Parsing is not at all like the way the console runner works. Assembly and assemblies. We make an assembly project, blah, 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 blah. fig reader load. And that's when we have to do it here. Project assembly configuration culture is null. Break. Variance. Project assembly configuration culture is string empty. Project assembly configuration culture is culture. Break. This would be much easier if I had like a maybe of t. I don't think I have maybe of t, do I? No. If I had maybe of t, what I would do is I would have a local culture, which is a maybe of nullable string. A lot of people would use nullable, but see null is a valid value, so maybe of t is basically a has value just like nullable, except it's like a nullable of nullable. Except, yeah, different. Implementation's the same, meaning is different. Okay. I could convert this into a that should allow me to convert this into an expression. Much more compact. And actually, the easier way to do this would be if culture is not equal to null, then I don't need this. And I can do this. All right, I like it. Do I really need to lower invariant there? Should I just say default and invariance? I'm okay with that. All right, I like that. So that is our switch, and then that adds this. Docs-wise, we have running with MS Build. Running test in MS Build. Culture 3.0. Optional string. What was the default culture for tests? And be set to defaults. Default OS culture. Invariance. Invariant culture. Or any legal string. As long as we're here with this table. Now, you're going to have to stop your word wrap. Why are you word wrapping if you're not on? I really don't understand what that's all about. Okay. As long as we're fixing it, we might as well fix it, right? we still running over here? I'm sure we're not. Okay, running an MS Build. Okay. Culture 3.0, optional string, controls the default culture for tests. Yeah. Supported like E3 or later. I want that as a. Have any notes like that here? I feel like I want this other thing in text. P3 or later test books. Let's do this. Always part of V3 later test books. Okay, I like that. Okay. These examples are kind of interesting because it's kind of like, hey, Xgen runner MS Build net 452. I don't even sort of remember what I have in terms of builds, actually. V3 with this build and release. So I'm only shipping a net 472. I guess. For the docs here, maybe I could update this to include V2 and V3. V3X. V3 runner in this build view. That is still what it's called. Right? Unit runner MS Build. Yep, that's still what it's called. Use the exec test in MS Build to run a console runner. If you use a console runner, you can give more control over running tests. When using the MS Build runner, you are restricted to the fitness choice of the MS Build executable that you use to run your build. That's still true. I guess I need this up here as well. 3x, path to x unit, d3, run this build DLL. And this might be a little bit too highlighted. You know what I'm saying? Okay. For that. Come on. Okay, that's good. Pyramid test projects. Okay, that's good. All right, I like that. That's good. We can close a bunch of this stuff. We can close that. Okay. So that's the parsing for MS Build. So that's that. Nope, if I add the file before I try and commit it. Over here. And filter property to docs. Yeah, I forget what this was, right? Docs. Running testing this build. Test MS Build. Boot growth 2x. And we'll go and queue up. All right, so that's the MS Build Runner. These are going discovery and execution options. Totally agree. Call to fact, for theory. Yep. All right, I need a quick break. So I'm gonna start running the tests and then I'll be right back. All right. Definitely 2020. Ah, Ginger. Yes. Well, Ginger. All right. Well, those are running. Let's head over to our options. My test framework discovery options. We want the read write something or others. Okay. Read methods for discovery options. Public static string culture. This test framework discovery options. Discovery options. All right. That's the culture to use for running tests. Null uses the default OS culture. String empty. Uses the invariant culture. Any other value uses the provided value. Passes to culture info string and uses the resulting objects with okay. Culture, culture, culture. Okay. We also need test framework options, read write extensions. Culture. Okay. Down here we have read methods for execution options. Read, right, we'll go back to write in a moment. So there's gets culture. Execution options. Options, I guess I have the wrong name here too. Okay, so that's all of those. So now we need set culture. Temptation to sing along with stuff is really high. But I realize you can't hear it. That would be really stupid. No, use the default. All that stuff should be the same. And this is an execution. Discovery options. Everybody should compile, right? Let's do a quick look here. Culture. Set culture. Yeah, this is doing a return. That's wrong. That's okay. Culture, get value. Culture, get value. Execution, discovery options, execution options. Okay, that looks good. This is running tests. Should actually say discovering tests. Read extensions. Sets the culture to use for discovering tests. Yeah. Good. Did I not save that? I did not save that. Yeah, discovering and running. That's better. Gets for discovering, sets for discovering, discovery, set value, discovery. Gets for running, get for execution, sets for running, set for discovery. Wow. I just like copy pasted my way into pretty much every failure case. Set culture for execution. This is why we review code before we send it anywhere. Okay, now that's good. Okay, so now the options are here. For discovery. It's going to be test framework options. for discovery. Test assembly configuration. So we have for discovery. Test framework options for discovery. Test assembly configurations. So what we need here is new parameters, right? Culture. Enter value to indicate the culture used for discovery. So culture, configuration of culture. And we need to make sure that the JSON includes culture. You could just serialize everybody with normal serialization. So it should just work. Culture is a property, right? Here's for discovery, here's for execution. String, culture. Let's go grab this message. For test execution. Results of culture. Configuration of culture. Okay. We have tests for this. Test framework options tests. Setting value round trip. Two. I need that. It should be get culture, by the way. So execution options. Runner common tests. Okay. So we got this. I think these. Discovery culture, execution point. Discovery options, execution options. No subculture, subculture, culture, get culture, subculture. Get set, get set. Now you're gonna get sculpture. But over here, running. Certainly seems like enough for this. Interesting, I've got a culture selector here now that I've got more options. Nothing here about hiding. Yeah, I don't care about that. Can't go there either. I guess it's just there, huh? $34. All right, so the other half of this now is one discovery. Implementation of iFront controller discover, which can be used as discover tests. And you get the project assembly. So there's no V3 here. So this will just have to get pushed in for V3 later. All right, nothing here that I can do. Because this is in my branch for V3 runner support. Same here. So what should happen right now, I think, let's see. Oh, that's not the one I want the other one. Inproc console runner is using this, which we just changed. So that worked as is. So if we do sash pops here and we rerun build, we should get some 16 tests. Hmm. Let's see. I'm gonna bring this over here so you guys can see what I'm writing. Alright, default culture support to V3 runners per and I'm sorely tempted to change the default in V3 from current OS culture to invariant culture. I'm sure that'd break too many people. Very good. You can go back over there now. All right. I go find an FR. Let me do a quick debug build of everybody. That should override my default invariant. Well, that's weird. That was failing before I said invariant in the config file, right? I already did that. Now everybody's French. People should fail, right? All right. I'm very confused by that. English US. Alright. Culture's in the list, right? Nobody's setting it. Oh, yeah, nobody's setting it. Get stash. Actually, go ahead and delete that. Then stash. Then we can take you. It's because nobody's using the value that's getting past it. We need all of this to get used by this framework discoverer and executor. All right, we use discovery options for stuff, right? Try following. So we have two places where we need to do this, huh? If we have two places we need to do it, then just undo everybody. Using new culture override. Discovery options culture. Culture override. All right. So you're going to be in V3 core. Where's this preserve working folder? Where do you live? Yeah, so you're down there. You have one of those too? That's weird, right? Why do we only preserve working folders in there? I don't know. All right, let's add this culture override class. I'm thinking right now about exactly how is it I should be testing this. I'm realizing I'm putting this in a place that should be testable, right? All right. You are whoops. You are disposable. I'm gonna move this microphone up a little bit. Hopefully it doesn't affect my voice too much. All right. fine for now. And then a test framework executor is going to want something just like this for a run. Discovery sync, test discovery visitor, just test. Okay, so that's where we have our own discoverer already. That's the find we just implemented, right? Yeah. So I guess I want my using right here. And right there. Suppose I could have left that open. Test framework, discover tests. I don't have any straight up test framework discover tests. I just have XUnit test framework discover tests. It's interesting. So I have nothing that tests any of this logic, unless it's all in here. What do you do testable? You override I mean, I can simplify that. That's in the base already. Yep, that's true. So then find test for class, which is the thing that it calls into. And find tests for class. This feels very asynchronous, if I remember correctly. I make you a value task. It's interesting that I go to all the trouble to QEs or work on them here. I don't do it on the executor side. Why not? No, that's not what I wanted. I don't know how deep I should be digging this hole. This definitely feels like there was an async hole, not to reuse the same word, Definitely an async hole here with usings with things that were running async void on the execution side. So this is protected, which means it could be, no, it can't be overridden. Uh, it's the class. I just feel like this needs to be pushed all the way through here. This one's virtual, so it should be value tasks so people can do things asynchronously if needed. Port discovery best case is not protected, but it's not virtual. That's fine. That's fine. Hmm. How much of this stuff should be async? Want this method to create the test points. Your abstract, your value task, your virtual is valid test class. Would that be? That probably doesn't need to be async. That doesn't really need to be async either. All right. It's the only abstract in here, and any virtuals in here. Deserialize. If serialize isn't, then deserialize isn't. Run all is expected to be async, right? Is the execution message sync. Okay. So now I come back to the executor. I look for all my virtuals. That's fine. That's already a belly task. This is documented to use a worker thread. Same with this one, and then that's abstract. Okay. Actually, test framework executor. We don't have any red. Do we have? Where do we have virtuals? Nothing. Abstracts. Nothing. Okay. All right. Microphone looks a little quiet. Well, let's see if that's better. Let me go all the way up. That's probably better. Well, we're definitely going to have stuff that's broken here, is my guess. This one could take an arbitrarily long amount of time. You need to be awaited now. Why can't you be awaited? Because, oh, you're in the middle of deserialize. Okay, well, I guess I was wrong. I guess discover. Serialization helper probably doesn't have serialization, but might. No, it really doesn't. Use memory stream. This formatter serialize. Right. This does not have an async version of any of this stuff. Okay, well, if that's going to be like that, then that means this needs to be like this, or it's deserialized. Well, that means you need to be value task. And you need to be async, so you can wait. That means people are going serialized. Otherwise, we base series. Okay. What else? Wait credits class. And you wait serialize. Port discovered test case is now value testable and async. And guess what? You're async now. This is obviously a lot more than I want to take in one commit, so I think I'll probably just pull the asyncification of the discover and the executor. I do still need it farther, don't I? Oh, I don't. Oh, that's even better. That's great. That's great. These are all mocks, so I don't actually have to wait anything. Oh no, I definitely have to wait that. Sync. Sync. Wait. Sync. Wait. Sync. Wait. Sync. Wait. It's so exciting. Like watching grass grow, right? Test class is a value task. So what? Like the space. This is weird. An extra space does not make sense to me. How do we not have any execute test framework executor tests? I guess they're covered all in acceptance tests, I guess. All right, so test framework executor is in core SDK v3 framework. Core tests, SDK framework. V3. No, actually, SDK v3 framework. SDK v3 frameworks. Wait a minute. That's not right either. Runners comes out here. SDK v3 framework. Frameworks is something else. Frameworks has really not much in it. Fact discovery, theory discovery. All right, so we'll move back out here. It's fine. So all the runners are under V3 now, right? There's no runners in SDK. So then framework should have test framework or actually a test framework and friends. Should have test framework. Collection per assembly, test collection factory. What the hell is that? Where do you live? You live in V3 utility. Utility. Display name formatter, orders. Fact discover and theory discover definitely belong here. Test method, test case. Test method, test case. You live in V3 test cases. Test cases. So you belong there. Display name formatter, where do you belong? Display name formatter. Display name formatter. You live in SDK frameworks. Oh yeah, that's fine. Fact discover, theory discover, XUnit test case tests. That goes into test cases. XUnit V3 for tests. What happens if I do this? So this matrix theory data tests thing is us just fucking around with stuff. So I don't want you in the commit. I don't want you to commit list there. What I wanted here is the rename and not the move. Or rename and not the updates, because everybody else is a rename, right? Okay, let's open here now. Open another notepad so that you can get dumped in there. We're going to reset that. This. For this. And frameworks. So this code needs to go here. All right, that code. Now you can actually go away. All right, this code won't compile. All right, totally fine. Just want the rename. Right, so let's go add this back. Add this. Everything here is just a rename and no modify. Move. Line, source, unit, requests, source, basic equal. Line about and there. With that, get stuff. Build. Nobody should fail now, right? Really amazing that she can get this entire they were walking on stage. She just comes back and does this, like, no big deal. Sounds just like the album. Incredible. All right. Now if I got stash, bring back this. Should fix that. No, right? Now it's a mod. Okay, no, it's all good. This is in core tests, right? Can't cast a value task of a test case to a test case. 100% true. This framework executor. Run tests. Nope, test framework executor, not actually a test framework executor. We were sort of the wrong thing anyway, weren't we? I can't wait there, even though I'm in an async block because the link is not async. Test case tasks. You know how big this one is, so we'll just make a new list of my test case. Nope, T test case. Serialized test cases. Out. And that's okay for that. We do for each our test case task and test case tasks. Test cases add. Await test case task. Cannot cast from a value task at I test case to a value task at I X unit test case. So deserialize is giving me test cases. So this is I test case. It's already giving me. It's already giving me that. And I can't cast there. The test case. I guess I don't need those parentheses. And here we are with our test that's failing, which is good. It's core test, right? Core test. We actually want that to say right? Because our value in here is currently for fur. Oh, it's not for fur. It went away. Okay, I don't remember doing that, but it's possible I did that. Capture. For fur. Okay, I think I can undo that test now. Let's just this. Yeah. So what I really want now that I have all the folders in the right place, is I want discover test case framework discover tests. Test framework discover tests. Okay. Wow, that's not all the word public, is it? All right, so test framework discover. All right, we're trying to test. culture override and find. Okay. Testable test framework discover. Test framework discover. Override. We need to override find test for type. Probably need to do other stuff too, right? Doesn't ID. Testable test framework. What are you upset about now? Oh, we need a constructor. Generate constructor. Okay. Probably like that, because we have to do this like this. Public static. Testable blah blah blah. Create. Turn a new one of those. With stuff. All right. What I really want to do is I really want to record let's see, public, it's gonna be a field, you're up top, public, culture info, discovery culture. Sure. So here we're going to say discovery culture is culture info dot current culture. Turn a new value task of true. And this create test class. I don't think I need this. Let's see. No, I do. I'm gonna call create test class. And then just call find types for test and map exceptions, which is then going to pass that thing into find tests for type, which means I don't actually care. No. Except I can't, can I? I mean, I can. Okay. We need assembly info. This will be test data. No, box. Assembly info. Null, config file name. Mocks. Source information provider and diagnostic message. So no mocks for source information provider. Nothing like that. There's a null, isn't there? homework. Successful data detection level. Oh, man. Now, lastly, we need a message sync, which can be a new spy message sync. Apparently, your factory. It's also fine. Okay. Find assembly. And also find type. Public void. I have to know when I'm done. This is part of the problem with this is something that's like, hey, AQ user work item over here, man. Suppose I could wait for discovery complete, right? Spy discovery sync? No, spy message sync. Create. Lambda and messages. There's a discovery message sync. I know there is. Pretty sure I know there is. So it's called discovery sync. Test discoveries. Okay, yes, that's what I want. Test discovery sync. And test discovery sync. Oh, I don't have access to it? There you go. I'm going to want to stash you. Oh, actually, you're the diagnostic message sync. I actually don't need anything out of you, do I? I was obsessing about this. This is unnecessary. I was in the right place, the right time. Public void. Let's see. Default culture. Current culture is culture info. Culture. Let's see. Discover is ingestible. Create. Discover.find. We call the version with a discovery message sync. This is our discovery sync. And then we have discovery options. So discovery sync is new task discovery sync. Discovery options is test framework options for discovery with culture being null. And then we say discovery sync finished wait one. Insert same culture as discover.discovery culture. Okay, this is in core tests. Let's go ahead and run this. So far, that one should just work, right? Expected something and got null. All right. Do you actually get called? Yeah, diagnostic tools. Somebody asked for you diagnostic tools. Nope. 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 Seriously, nope. Okay, so looks like that thing never got called, huh? Expected E and US and got no. Interesting that this time it said E and US and last time it didn't. Now you're doing your thing over there. Let's get rid of a bunch of these things that I don't want. Let's set debug flags to class. Test framework discover tests. All right, so you're only going to run one, right? No. Oh, let's stop. Nope. Dot star plus star. Apparently never did that. All right. Test framework discover tests. Find assembly. Find. Okay, so one. So we never got called. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Okay. So our discover is a testable. 11 undefined. Okay, that's great. So let's pause here. All right. Assembly info get types. Oh, we're probably not calling any of this stuff. Because we don't have a type. Because we need a type. Okay. I understand. Also, Server Explorer and Toolbox is going to take a hike. Diagnostic tools can definitely take a hike. Let's see. So we need a type in our assembly info, right? Mock type is mock type info. Mock assembly is mock assembly info, and you will take types, right? So mock type. Create test class, we don't care. Find tests and map exceptions. Interesting how we stepped into that and then we didn't go into this. Find test for type and wrap exception. Return find test for type. Isn't that what I overrode? That's the abstract, right? Yeah, that's the abstract. Okay, run it again. Create test class. Oh my god, I'm in the wrong place. I'm here at the wrong time. Oh, all right. I'm a dumbie. It's all good. Excellent. Okay. Can't find a discovery culture if you got nothing to discover. So give you a type. Makes sense. Invariant culture. Right. Culture is in string empty. Assert equal object. Discover dot discovery culture dot name. Probably gonna yell at me about that being null, right? Yep. Honestly, I probably should have done that up here anyway. No breakpoints. No capes. Yen US. Not exactly what I expected. But that's because we haven't actually done the work. So we don't actually know what the right test is yet. We just know that it's not that. And this is because we have not done culture override. Culture info. Fault culture info, fault UI culture. Fault culture info about the fault thread current culture. Fault UI culture, culture info, fault thread current UI culture. Data culture is not equal to null. Then new culture is culture new culture info culture. And then culture info default thread culture is new culture. Culture info. Battery life on these things is terrible. And this one must have. Let's see here. I really hate this thing because they've made it nearly impossible for me to change my audio device. Okay. Let's check speakers, which sounds right. So that you're not making any noise. All right, culture info default. So current UI culture is culture. I'll grab you guys, put you here, and your default culture, your default UI culture. Your name is nothing. Should we be looking at display name? Maybe we should be looking at display name, although not super excited by that. All right. Streaming 3 hours and 40 minutes, huh? That means those things don't even last the promised 4 hours anymore. Let's do custom culture. Let's do ENGB. English, United Kingdom. So here's going to be my next question. So at the moment I am running guess with French, right? Which means Alan should know French, right? Francois France. Right, because we're running in French. That actually also means if I come back here now and I say invariant, you say invariant. Okay, let's undo this. We'll build everybody. We'll run 3 core tests. All of them. After FR should break some tests, right? Default culture. Expected FRFR. Actual. Not. And then, of course, this fails. Unit theory acceptance. Unit theory acceptance tests. Oh, you know why? Oh, I know why. It's not a stat. It just occurred to me that the whole reason I didn't have anything in XGen run a JSON for culture is because that's still in the stacks. Interesting. Okay. Some sulfur. Well, now that's strange too, isn't it? Am I going to be able to pop? Good. So, everybody built. A bunch of people who are now broken because I'm in FRFR, right? I should be in invariant by default. Good. If I do closure FRFR, I get a bunch of things that fail because of FRFR. This whole thing. Why is this flake? Is it almost FRFR? Is it flaky? So what are these big delays? It's flaky. Custom culture and default culture. They're both flaky. Hmm. Maybe the problem is because I'm setting default thread. If I change the current thread's culture and another culture comes in the middle, culture, I don't remember what that class was called. Culture override. Last culture, last UI culture, current culture, current UI culture. These can never be null, right? Right. Okay. Is that what makes it flaky? Trying to set default? What I really want to know for sure is I'm not sure what I want to know now. What I really want to know is if I were to spawn a new worker thread, what does that culture make it down into subtasks? Does will it make it into a thread pool thread? This. Yeah. How about that? It even makes it into the work item. Use a work item. All right. I'm convinced this is the right way to do this. Question is, can we get to be flaky? That seems to have stopped flaky. I'll go for this too, huh? Flake has gone away. Okay, don't need you anymore. Okay, so I think I'm have to pick it. Yes. No. Split. Yes. No. Yes. Split. Yes. Oops. Yes. No. Yes. All of that. All of that. All of that. All of that. Probably, yeah. Yep. Yes. Oh, no. Oops. I want to keep that one. I don't want to keep that one. And I want one less tab. You two. You don't want that. You want that, but not the tab. Yes. 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 Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 So my diffs, you know, should be about culture override, culture override, culture override, culture override. Okay, good. Think I want all of these because they're just comments. All right. Think I need this because this is all about asyncification. Yep. So I definitely need that. Probably easy to look at things over here. Right. This is all coming in. Okay. So these changes then are we have that. All right. Now if I stash this and build, these things should pass. All right, what's in my note? Discovery, we did that. Cultured fact, cultured theory, supports invariance. Empty string, good enough. Don't care. And then all that code I used, so you can go away. No good. Goodbye, Fubar. No more music. No more music today. I should be looking at this stuff. Well, this 1500X is phenomenal for streaming. Because I'm looking at 0 drops from 1080p 60. So, yeah. Go team. Well, looks like we're on 6 megabits. It's pretty high quality. YouTube, higher than Twitch would ever let us stream. So, you know, again, another good life choice. It's like Damien is building his PC. Ah, yes, the classic cooler conundrum. How close he is to his RAM. Got a nice short RAM. That is one big cooler. You went dual fan on it too. I think you went with a 5950X. Big cooler. Big. Big bada boom. Okay, yep, sure. Successfully removed the old CPU. Oh, that's right. He was reusing some parts. Be quiet tower. Look at that. Two big giant fans. Kind of a push-pull, although not 100% sure that that's exactly what I call it when you put a fan in the middle and a fan on one side, but not the other side. Okay. Sure, yeah, look at that. Beautiful 5950X. So freaking sweet. Modern motherboards are so pretty. One SSD already installed under its heatsink. Yes, under its heatsink. Usually only see heat sinks on the M2 that's stuck between your GPU and your CPU because both those things give off a lot of heat. Grin. Okay, I know. Looking at we should be looking at our build. Okay, our build is good. Right. So what's left? We need this, right? We need think the discover and the executor and the culture override. And then our tests. Right? So we want this. Right. And we want our All right, so that's the tests. Oh, we didn't do find type. We just did find assembly. We'll go do that in a sec here. There's culture override. We use it in the discover. We use it in the executor. Okay. So let's go finish the tests. Just framework discover tests. Framework discover tests. So everything in here. Which is fine, it's type. It's the mock type. If you don't give me one. All right, so then could be no, right? So here we have an I type info, mock type. Mock type is mocks type. String is short. That only really matters, does it? Differences we want to pass or find is the type name, so it does matter. Except it doesn't really matter because no, it doesn't matter. I'm being dumb. Stop being dumb. Because the find version, yeah, you can feel that. Find version that takes a type is type. Right, that goes here, which then says assembly info get type of type name. Get type of type name. We have to figure out so the type name should be mock type. That should do my job, right? For tests. So again. Okay, looks good. All right, come back here. So here's our test. Default culture, invariant culture, custom culture. Default culture, invariant culture, custom culture. Testimal whatchamadingies. Culture override, culture override, culture override, culture override. That's what we're going to check in. Date. Discover and executor. Use the pass and culture. Now, what we should have here before it's dash, let me double check. All right, what's left is just culture invariant, fact, 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 fact. Okay, so this is good. So this means that if I stash, I should be able to build. While we're waiting for that, let's bring this back up because one of the things I really want to do. So I want to come over here to YouTube. I want to say Linus Tech Tips. I want to send them a video. As well as Linus Tech Tips, right? Might have been something. I thought it was Tech Tips. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Watch for hilarity. Very good. All right. The video is really funny. I mean, you can obviously go look at my tweet that I just sent to Damien. The video is, right, says this product is a meme. That is a water cooled M.2 drive. Seriously. Anyway. Okay, that all worked. And lastly, this. Very culture by default. One last time. One last time we'll inspect this now. All right, culture invariant. Fact, 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 fact. Fact, fact. Fact, 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 fact. Yay. By default, this is good. What I'll do is push it up dev and pull it down on Linux. On everything on Linux, make sure I didn't break anything on Linux. Because God only knows what could have. How do I make you go away? How do I make you go away? Language options? Is that language options for English? Yeah, okay. Maybe if I got rid of the keyboard that's installed for French. Can't. Can only add keywords. I guess I'm going to be stuck with it saying "ang" over here until I get tired of having the French language back installed. Okay, that looks good. 8 commits today. Pull. It's clean. And let's build. Now over here, just to remind myself to make sure that this was v3 4 tests and release at 472 RFR, right? We get a failure. That actually shouldn't require the language pack either, right? Because that's just number formatting. Okay. So I should be able to say mono 60x93 4 tests in release net 472 4 tests exit. All right, that'll just run. Then we say culture farm. Oh, that's weird. We have no culture. Oh, on main. Wow, you're dumb. Build. There's our fail. Without culture, we succeed. Right? .NET exec, .NET for app21, MP3 for tests DLL. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So that text is not, that display name is not invariant language invariant culture on Mono. No, on .NET Core on Linux, it's not invariant language invariant country. Interesting. But it was fine in Mono. So Mono definitely back out. So what I can do is just update the tests. I can either skip this when it's not on Windows, or instead of using display name here, can use the name. This feels tweetable, doesn't it? It feels tweetable. That was unexpected. Because it was unexpected, right? Okay. So I guess what that means is I come back here and do an undo, right? Then I go fix this test so that it uses empty string for its name. this is test framework. All right, just that. So let's amend. Let's push F. We'll leave this other stuff out. We'll pull it over here. We'll run a full build. Okay. All that can go over there. Why not? Oh, you know what? I only fixed one. And fix the other. Right. We are wrapping up here. Obviously, I've been 4.5 hours on this stream, so once this stuff is all working, then we'll be good to go. The .NET Core stuff ran, the .NET Framework stuff ran. Okay. We'll do that and then push that. And then pull one last time. I feel like these mono skips, like I should be able to look at the fact that it's mono and basically say, I will assert something else. It does kind of feel like that, right? But that's good enough for today. Let me take a quick note on that. Okay, sometimes when you type, it's like, well, and we update the tests that skip on mono to instead check for different printing. Okay, we're here. Main. If only dev push. Those are 8 commits today. Into main we go. And more flows. So you might not have noticed this because I think I did it between the last stream and this one, but this used to be a bunch of checklists, but now that we've got the new rendering here that I think came along with a task list feature that just got pushed out public. This whole list is now just issues with links, and it will automatically put these icons here to tell you when things are done. So, for example, we are somewhere here. runners. Enable, let's say add default culture as a runner option right there. So runners has got one finished. I hit F5. Look at that. Another one finished. Another one bites the dust, right? Okay. Well, that's it for today. 4.5 hours is plenty. It's 9 p.m. now. And obviously I have not had dinner yet because, you saw me hop on stream 4.5 hours ago, which is certainly way too early for dinner for me. So I gotta go and eat. But thanks for hanging out with me today, or thanks for watching if you're doing it after the fact. And I have all of next week off, so hopefully I'll be streaming a lot. I guess we'll see. Anyway, pay attention to my Twitter account, the @BradWilson Twitter account. That's where I always announce when I'm going to be streaming. If I remember, I usually retweet it from the @XUnit account, so that's another good one to follow. Anyway, that's it for me today, so I'll see you all next time.